trade risks, supply chain vulnerabilities, and socio-economic impacts. It translates global transition model into actionable policy recommendation for Malaysia's domestic market. Our energy security is simply having enough power to keep the lights on. Therefore, the main focus here is that short-term market resilience or price stability against immediate supply. Our energy sovereignty, or better known as energy independence, is a nation's authority and capability to control its energy transition, infrastructure, and policy choices without external coercion. The focus here is to ensure long-term strategic autonomy and decision-making independence. This is giving Malaysia the freedom to choose. Next, our chronological geopolitical analysis. Firstly, fossil fuel era. Traditional energy relies heavily on imported oil. This constitutes geopolitical power and maritime choke points. So, for example, the Strait of Hormuz, handling almost 25 to 27% of global seaborne oil and foreign price manipulation. Next, the clean tech era. Going green changes risks rather than eliminating them. We shift reliance from oil to critical minerals and solar wafer manufacturing and battery tech supply chains. Lastly, the integrated sovereign era, which is Malaysia's future resilience towards independence of integration. We are shifting towards decentralized renewables, localized microgrids, battery storage, and cross-border grid interconnections to absorb geopolitical shocks. I will now hand it over to Sarah.
Moving on to slide 5, like examining the global precedents to see what happens when the energy strategy goes wrong. Referring to what happened in Europe, there was one time where their gas pipeline were disrupted by a national conflict. They panicked and tried to force a 100% self-sufficiency overnight. And the result is that all the and the result is severe financial strains, skyrocketing energy tariff for industry and grid instability. Malaysia must learn from this mistake. Rushing straightly into energy isolation is an economic trap. Instead of cutting ourselves off, our strategy balances domestic clean energy development with strong, non-alienable regional trade partnership. Next, I'll hand it over to Jika.
Next, we address our stakeholder analysis regulation.
Next, we look at the main stakeholders involved in Malaysia's energy sovereignty. The first stakeholders is government and regulation. They aim to keep electricity prices affordable and enforce national security regulations, while the private energy corporations maximize business profits and secure long-term investment stability. The risk is that government over-regulation could discourage private investment, while prioritizing profit too much could leave Malaysia vulnerable during a geopolitical crisis. Therefore, Malaysia needs to balance regulation and commercial interests through incentives and public-private partnerships.
On slide 7, we define the most critical group of our workforce as stakeholder analysis, which is our workforce. If Malaysia cuts off oil and gas drilling overnight, thousands of technicians, laborers, and engineers will lose their livelihood overnight. Energy sovereignty completely failed. It creates a massive unemployment and social backlash. This is why our proposal insisted on just transition by redirecting saving from paid fossil fuel subsidies into a state-backed nationally workforce fund. We provide a 6-month retaining program, and these guarantee our workers are directly reskilled into high-paying jobs in smart grid automation and renewable maintenance.
Next, we address our stakeholder analysis, community and equity. First, we safeguard local communities and consumers. Unmanaged energy transition brings sudden tariff increases, driving energy poverty and unequal access in rural communities. To mitigate this, our policy protects household affordability through targeted subsidies and dedicated off-grid community energy solution. Second, we promote community energy ownership. Our action plan encourages local equity in renewable energy projects such as rooftop solar co-ops and biomass microgrids. This directly distributes economic benefits locally while ensuring strong public buying for clean energy infrastructure.
On this slide, we establish strict environmental guardrails to ensure our clean energy transition does not destroy local ecosystems. Environmental NGOs validly point out that clearing forests for massive solar farms or mega hydro projects causes severe land degradation and habitat loss. Cutting down forests to build green energy completely defeats the purpose. Our framework addresses this by maintaining environmental impact assessment and strictly favoring brownfield sites. Rather than cleaning land, we are floating solars on existing water reservoirs and tap agriculture waste biomass. Finally, we enforce circular economy policy to guarantee solar panels and battery are recycled at the end of life.
Next, we look at the Malaysia vulnerable to geopolitical shocks. Malaysia's reliance on imported coal and gas exposes power generation to global prices increases and disruption to maritime trade routes. At the same time, insufficient utility-scale battery storage limits our ability to integrate more solar energy into the grid. Malaysia's location near major maritime trade routes also means regional conflicts could disrupt energy supplies. Finally, dependence on imported clean energy technologies such as solar components and power electronics could simply replace fuel dependence with technology dependence.
Moving on to the next slide, we have Malaysia's first policy towards energy sovereignty, which centers on microgrids and smart infrastructure. First, we focus on decentralized energy systems. We propose deploying localized solar and biomass microgrids equipped with battery energy storage systems or BESS, targeting high risk off-grid and rural communities. Crucially, these enable islandable operations, ensuring power resilience during main grid interruptions or external fuel supply shocks. Second, decentralization goes hand in hand with smart grid modernization by implementing automated grid switching and AI-driven load balancing across Tenaga Nasional Berhad distribution networks. We significantly reduce line losses and optimize the real-time integration of variable renewable energy sources. Next is the second policy of Malaysia towards energy sovereignty, focusing on strategic reserves and regional alliances. Our first pillar establishes strategic energy reserves as a 4D buffer by building a compulsory 90-day national fuel reserve integrated with utility-scale battery storage. We cushion domestic markets against global energy price spikes and maritime route choke points. Our second pillar drives Asian power grid collaboration rather than pursuing isolated self-reliance. We expand cross-border multilateral power trade agreements and physical grid interconnectors.
To address these vulnerabilities, there are two major risks. First is the high initial expenditure for smart infrastructure. Malaysia can reduce this through green bonds and public-private partnerships. Second is hardware supply vulnerability caused by dependence on foreign technology and components. We can mitigate this by diversifying suppliers and developing domestic manufacturing. In short terms, within 1 to 2 years, Malaysia can strengthen grid regulation, establish microgrids, and develop green TVET programs, while in the medium term, within 3 to 5 years, we can scale up battery storage and regional interconnections.
In conclusion, we are moving forward with strategic interdependence over isolation. Complete energy self-sufficiency is economically inefficient and vulnerable to domestic shocks. True independence means building adaptive capacity while remaining strategically interconnected. Therefore, the path forward for Malaysia will surely be balancing digital infrastructure, social equity, workforce tensions, and diplomacy. Thank you.
Hello, hi. Thank you. I think you are having a good presentation in terms of addressing the policies. To address your title, Navigating Malaysia's Pathway Towards Energy Sovereignty. If you were to benchmark Malaysia against one or two countries that have developed a strong or stable framework, which countries would you choose? Perhaps in developing your policies just now, which countries that you are referring to? Perhaps you may use or refer their specific elements or approach that Malaysia can learn or adapt realistically.
Like in our presentation, we have chosen Europe because, as you see, they have been able to handle their gas and oil exchange without depending from reliances with other countries, or even if not Europe, other countries like Japan and China.
Is that your choice? What would you think that their model applicable to Malaysia? And given that our energy mix, resources, geography and economic structure are different, what's that?
I would think that China's model would be most applicable, as we see for now we are also relying a bit on them, but that's the whole point of integration, is to ensure that Malaysia gets their own energy independence. But we can rely on other countries, but I think that Malaysia should move forward on their own.
Hello, hi.
Hello.
Just have one question. So, as Malaysia right now, as you are aware, is relying on non-renewable energy sources. So, what kind of policies do you think we should implement to ensure the transition of the workforce to renewable energy sources?
I think its strategy, reserves and regional alliances is the best policy because it has a 40 buffer, which is a compulsory 90-day national fuel reserve integrated with utility scale battery storage. So you can test it out before using it and ensure it's very useful.
That's all from us.
Thank you.
Okay, take a moment to close your eyes. Picture this. You wake up, you open your eyes to turn on the light when your electricity bills have doubled. Not because of something happening here in Malaysia, but because of something that's happened thousands of miles away.
It sounds extreme, but over there, not there, not here, but like somewhere, there's the Strait of Malacca, where it is a narrow choke point that's handling massive global energy shipment. The slightest conflict or issue that's happening at that area will cause fuel prices and supplies to spike up all across Asia in just a few hours.
This raises a critical question. Should countries focus on importing energy, or should we make our own domestic green energy? Hi everyone, I'm Ziqing, this is Johnny and that is Joel, and today we'll be making a breakdown of international conflict and energy security.
To start our slides, we will first start with our definitions. Countries fight over struggle. Countries struggle over power, land, and money, while geography and politics shape these fights. So, the biggest power is energy resources, and energy resources like oil and gas. So, having a stable and reliable supply of energy will give your country influence. And energy is important for electricity, transport, industries, and the economy. So, a country's ability to control its own energy supply and decisions means it makes it independent. So, countries during war, they might choose to apply trade sanctions to cut off supply of goods and to suppress enemies.
International conflicts happen because each country has their own goal and interests, and they are competing for natural resources such as oil and gas. And countries want energy security, as having their own energy allows them to be in control of what they do with their energy, and it prevents them from foreign dependency, energy shortages, and sudden price spikes.
So this is our methodology and analysis. We have a total of 6 steps on how we analyze this case study given to us, where the first three is how we dissected and broke down the case study, and the last three is how we present it to all of you. So we have data collection, case breakdown, impact grids, geopolitical factors analysis, continental analysis, and lastly, policy diagrams. Also take note that throughout our entire case study analysis, we chose to focus on 3 countries, Malaysia, Afghanistan, and Switzerland.
So, for the parties involved, we use a Mendelow's grid. So, on the top right are governments and exporters, such as OPEC. They set the rules, they command supply. Next is big companies such as Shell. They control the pipelines. Well, for everyday consumers like us, we don't have much power, but we are the ones being influenced by the skyrocketing high electricity bills. So, in conclusion, exporters are the ones weaponizing fuel, while we, the consumers, are the ones that pay the price.
An example of a recent international conflict is the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Stakeholders involved were regulators, energy corporations, civil society, and the public. So, strategic action that can be taken to resolve this issue is to build strategic national reserves, diversify trade routes, and also adopt energy-efficient measures. And the benefits of those actions are stated.
So now we have analysis of geopolitical factors. Our team chose to focus on 4. Firstly, we have maritime choke points, which are basically man-made narrow water pathways that connect 2 bodies of water together. So for example, in Malaysia, as I said, the Strait of Malacca, if any conflict were to happen in that area, this would cause fuel supply and prices to spike up. Secondly, we have resource nationalism, where nations increasingly enforce state control over domestic energy assets. Then we have landlocked isolations, where countries such as Switzerland and Afghanistan have limited access to sea. Therefore, they have to rely heavily on power cables, pipelines, and trade routes from neighboring countries. Lastly, we have energy weaponization, where powerful nations can easily imply fuel cut-offs or tariffs on rival countries during conflict. Now we have initiatives taken towards energy sovereignty. We have 2, government actions and the role of us as civilians. So we also chose to focus on Switzerland, Afghanistan, and Malaysia, where in Switzerland, they invest in renewable energy and energy reserves. In Afghanistan, they are developing domestic renewable energy to improve electrical access. And finally, our country, Malaysia, we have NETR, which promotes renewable energy and energy efficiency. And Malaysia targets 70% of renewable energy capacity by the year 2050.
So, for our influence of geopolitics on a country's energy trade, so the main thing is when wars and trade sanctions break out, the pipelines will be closed, making energy more expensive. Secondly, is importing countries face a bigger consequence than exporting countries. When a pipeline closes, the exporting country can just sell to another country. But if you are importing, you will be left with blackouts and stranded. So, lastly, it's that developing countries feel the most difficulty out of them all. Why? Because they don't have the money to back up the rising prices.
We've made an opportunity analysis on 6 different countries from 6 different continents, but today I'll only be focusing on Switzerland. So Switzerland's policies are designed to supply a sufficient amount of energy while making their country less dependent on fossil fuels. And the benefits were that 72% of their energy generation comes from renewable sources, and even though their population has grown 29%, their total energy use has dropped. And this shows that we can still develop our country while reducing our environmental footprint.
So, for the risks and challenges, we also chose the same countries from all 6 continents, but today we'll be focusing on Afghanistan. So, the challenge is that they depend on international funding. So, why is it a problem? It's because they start plans without ever finishing them. Not because they don't have a plan, but because they are lack of resources. So, evidence that this happens, one of them is the 500 kilovolt power transmission line project from Turkmenistan and Afghanistan, funded by the ADB, was 90% done in 2021, but stalled at 10% due to funding issues. So the evaluation is that over-reliance on international funding for major grid infrastructures leaves the nation's energy security vulnerable.
So now we have recommendations designed specifically for Malaysia. We have 3 steps. Firstly is to keep energy affordable and reliable, where Malaysia should make sure that transition towards cleaner energy does not make energy too expensive for the public. Secondly, we have encouraged efficient energy usage, where Malaysia should encourage households, schools, businesses and industries to use energy more efficiently. Lastly, we have expand renewable energy, where Malaysia should continue expanding on renewable energy sources such as solar and hydropower.
So, in short, the answer to two of our case study questions earlier is yes, countries should make their own energy because importing will leave them vulnerable when international conflicts happen and will give them geopolitical risk. Making their own energy allows them to determine what they do with that energy. And second, if countries should focus on going green, yes they should, but they should do it step by step as they can develop their renewable energy sources while still having fossil fuel as a backup and a safety net if anything goes wrong.
So in conclusion, to secure energy resilience in this age of uncertainty, countries must learn how to balance local control with help from neighboring nations. Geographical risk and depending on foreign energy leave nations exposed to sudden shortages, but owning local resources helps protect domestic supplies. By improving clean energy plans and security, Malaysia can protect its own energy supply while keeping the wider region stable.
So, you can think of it like this. Borrowing water from your neighbor's well. Yeah, it's cheap, it's easy, you can get it anytime, and your neighbor can just hold you down whenever you need it. But that's the thing, you are at their mercy. That cheap water today will become a bigger expense tomorrow. So, let us end our case with a quote. Beware of little expenses, because a small leak will cause a great ship to sink. And that's all from us, JZJA. Thank you.
Hi, so during your policy, I heard that Switzerland, even though their population increased, you guys did your benchmarking and found that their energy consumption decreased. So I was wondering if you knew how Switzerland managed to carry out the policies to reduce their energy consumption, and what are the lessons that Malaysia can learn from this?
So one of their policies is that actually the civilians in Switzerland play a really big part in political action. So one of the things is that Switzerland itself encourages like clean streets, clean like everything. So the civilians themselves already know that they should save energy, and some more the government focuses on giving a lot of facilities for these things. Like they have a lot of solar panels, a lot of clean energy. So the civilians themselves can utilize that, and the civilians themselves know that they can use that to clean.
So Switzerland has a policy that if they do not reach their emissions that they want to be reduced, they will impose a tax on the fossil fuels like oil and gas. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. It's quite an interesting choice of countries. You did mention about, you concluded that yes, Malaysia should develop their own energy production, etc. And also a brief mentioning about our NEPR, which is a good reference to actual
policy framework. While you were doing this study, and based on your conclusion, tying back to your NEPR framework, do you think that the country is heading towards that direction? As in, like, are we on the right track? If let's say you say no or yes, do you have any suggestions or probably any ideas on what are the missing gaps or what we can do better? Yeah, just from your readings as well as your findings.
So as Malaysia, we believe that yes, we are heading towards the right direction, but we're not exactly there yet. But we believe that Malaysia will get there one day.
Hello, I think your presentation is quite interesting because you are referring to few modern realities in terms of assessing your proposal. Perhaps in terms of timeline.
Looking ahead 5 years, how will you define success for Malaysia's digitalization? It will address your second question.
Okay, so in 5 years' time, I don't really have an opinion, but Malaysia has a goal that by 2050 we aim to have 70% of our energy come from renewable sources.
Another thing is that our country has already started a lot of different clean initiatives. Like right now, initiatives are all over the world. There's competitions in Malaysia, there's a lot of youth speaking up. So I think in 5 years' time, when our generation steps up, we will be able to make this world a little bit more greener. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, JZJA, for your wonderful presentation. Now, let us invite Pixis Veritas with their presentation, The Compass of Truth.
Kenapa? Aku boleh nampak dulu pilih kau.
So, hello everyone. We are from Pisces Veritas. I'm Hong Yu, and this is Vikram, Edmund, and Marvin. So, I will begin first with the introduction. What's the introduction? So, energy is no longer just an economic commodity. Oil, gas, and clean energy has increasingly become instruments of geopolitical power. The question is, to what extent has geopolitics influenced the country's pursuit for energy sovereignty, and what lessons can Malaysia adapt from it? So we, Pisces Veritas, decided that the answer should be Malaysia should pursue strategic energy sovereignty by reducing critical vulnerabilities and maintaining regional and international partnerships. So, what does energy sovereignty actually mean? Most people get confused between energy sufficiency and energy security when talking about the concept of energy sovereignty. Energy self-sufficiency means one nation that can domestically produce the power for its own needs, whereas energy security is the ability to acquire cheap and reliable energy from other countries. However, these two are not the same. One nation can still be relatively energy sovereign if it has multiple suppliers, domestic reserves, and strategic reserves and domestic production. One example is Malaysia still needs to import crude oil despite having its own oil production. That's because the usage of oil production is about 700,000 barrels a day, whereas the production rate is about 350,000 barrels a day. Okay, so now we know what's the meaning of energy sovereignty, but how do we measure energy sovereignty? Energy sovereignty is not based merely on one factor, and to achieve true energy sovereignty, Malaysia should have low vulnerability to import energy, such as oil and gas. Next, if an energy crisis happened in Malaysia, Malaysia should learn how to adapt to it quickly and efficiently. Lastly, Malaysia should learn how to trade off, the dependency of trade-off, which is to solve a new problem quickly and efficiently after an old.
Alright, so Europe's reliance on piped Russian natural gas became a major strategical vulnerability when Russia decided to invade Ukraine in 2022. This created very serious concerns over gas supplies and rising prices. In response, the EU launched Repower EU, which aims to reduce dependency on Russian pipelines. They do this by increasing LNG imports, finding alternative suppliers, strengthening gas storages, and expanding clean energy. However, Europe did not achieve a complete gas independence. It replaced its independence on Russian pipelines with a greater exposure to the global LNG markets and foreign suppliers. The key lesson here is that energy sovereignty means to reduce the dependency on a single supplier and diversifying energy sources. China, on the other hand, shows that even a well-established country with strong clean energy and manufacturing capabilities is not exempt from being vulnerable due to external energy shocks. For example, 70% of China's crude oil comes from foreign suppliers. They're imported. And 80% of that number has to first pass through the Strait of Hormuz and the Strait of Malacca. But due to the recent disruptions, China had to pay higher import fees and also face supply uncertainty. This caused China's crude oil to drop by 32%. So China responded by increasing domestic oil reserves and maintaining stable overland pipeline supplies from Russia and Central Asia. However, it is still vulnerable to global oil markets and maritime choke points. The key lesson here is that technological strength alone is not enough for energy security. Strategic reserves and diversified supply routes are also essential. From Europe, Malaysia can learn to diversify energy suppliers and reduce dependence on vulnerable external sources. From China, it can learn to strengthen domestic capabilities, build strategic reserves, and develop alternative supply routes. With over 80% of Malaysia's electricity being generated from fossil fuels, heavy coal import dependence, and regional refining, Malaysia faces significant energy vulnerabilities. Therefore, Malaysia should pursue strategic energy sovereignty by diversifying suppliers, increasing ASEAN cooperation, expanding renewables, and strengthening reserves. So on the left side, we have the system drivers who dictate energy policy, supply, and grid operations, while on the right side, we have the public consumers. They absorb the financial, environmental, and labor impacts.
Now, we move on to the opportunities Malaysia has to reduce its energy vulnerability and dependence on global fossil fuel shocks. So, the first thing we have is solar. Solar can reduce the vulnerability in energy generation, but it cannot independently solve Malaysia's transport fuel storage technology dependencies. As you can see here, by 2025, 31% of renewable energy mix is achieved as of July 2025. Our team is to plan to increase that to 40% by 2035 and to 70% by 2050. At first, it might seem unachievable and hard to reach, but we believe that with solar, this is a real and targetable achievement. Next, Malaysia can achieve energy sovereignty, not by depending on its domestic supply, but also diversifying its energy supply. Many people don't know, but Malaysia is already moving energy through the grid. But as you can see here, the LTMS-TIP framework, which connects the Laos PDR grid, Malaysia, Thailand, and Singapore energy grids together, with Laos and Malaysia being the main suppliers, providing up to 200 megawatts of electricity in the grid. Why is this important? This is important because Malaysia has another option to rely on when we have an energy supply. But this is not perfect. Think of it as a double-edged sword. This plan with accumulators, Malaysia has spent roughly $438 million just by importing these products from the world. And next, let's look at semiconductor devices and photovoltaic cells. Malaysia imports around $3.7 billion in 2024. What I'm trying to say is, Malaysia requires other countries' resources and technologies to achieve energy sovereignty. So, that raises another question. If it's so expensive to import these products, why can't we just make them ourselves? Okay, that's exactly the problem we want to tackle here. Total energy sufficiency could backfire against us. The most obvious problem is cost and resource limits. Malaysia does not have enough resources to start the production and manufacture these technologies to achieve that are required for energy sovereignty. Forcing those kind of manufacturing could backfire and cause us dramatic change on our economy. Next, energy and grid challenges. Renewable energy isn't as reliable as possible. I think that's time, so I think we'll stop here.
Hello, Ryan. Thank you for your presentation. I think you can perhaps, if you would recommend any solutions for your risks and challenges, what would be the...
Okay, first I would recommend to reduce dependence on a single country for important energy resources. This means we should not depend heavily on one country, and instead we should buy energy from different countries and also make sure that one supplier doesn't provide too much for Malaysia's energy needs. We also should measure the percentage of critical energy imports coming from the largest supplier. Second of all, we should also expand the use of solar energy and also improving our energy storage. This could help us build more resilient electricity system. And third of all, we could strengthen our technological capabilities. So, Malaysia should develop expertise in areas such as power electronics, battery integration system, solar engineering, grid technology, and energy management systems.
Hello. So you mentioned that there was risks and opportunities for regional collaboration. So on the balance, what do you think we should move forward with regional collaboration such as the ASEAN Power Grid? So on the balance, should we move forward? How far should we move forward for these regional energy collaborations?
We should move forward as to achieve a stable and balanced dependence. We should not depend too much. Right now, we're depending too much on, for example, Indonesia. We are depending too much on coal from them, and also natural gases. We're depending too much on them. So we should achieve a balanced dependence. So we should go as far as that to achieve our goal. Thank you.
That's all from us by Six Veritas. Thank you very much for listening to our presentation.
Now let's invite TK Cosmos to present their proposal, Powering the Path to Energy Sovereignty.
We often talk about national security as soldiers, borders, and weapons. But what about the energy that keeps an entire nation moving? Today, we explore that very question through 3 countries, 3 situations, and 1 challenge. How can Malaysia achieve energy sovereignty in an increasingly uncertain world? Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to honorable judges, teachers, and fellow participants. We are TK Cosmos from Tunku College presenting Powering the Path to Energy Sovereignty. In today's uncertain world, countries must protect their energy supply while facing real-world threats like war, trade disruptions, and price spikes. While energy transition is crucial for the environment, total reliance on clean energy is not immediately possible, so renewables must temporarily coexist with traditional power sources. To safeguard themselves, governments are striving for energy sovereignty, the ability to control how they make use of their own energy without entirely relying on outside nations. However, energy sovereignty isn't complete isolation or total self-sufficiency, which is practically impossible for modern economics. Instead, it means building diverse, flexible supply chains that minimize vulnerability to geopolitical shocks. Well, because every country has unique resources, economic strengths, and economic challenge, there is no single solution. By comparing Denmark, Japan, and Indonesia, which we chose because of the difference in current energy situation and approaches, we see that true sovereignty requires balancing immediate security needs with long-term clean energy goals tailored to a nation's unique geographic and economic restraints.
Now, for our methodology, we reviewed over 30 research papers and articles. We also conducted 2 interviews with 2 special persons which is very expertise in their industry, which is Sir Zahir Shah, the President for the Malaysian Oil, Gas and Energy Service Council, and lastly, Tan Sri Said Sabah, which is the Regional Director for the EIC. Now next, let us analyze Japan, Denmark, and Indonesia. So panel, how is Japan doing today? We believe that Japan is highly dependent on imported energy. Japan imports around 90% of its energy needs. So, it has very low energy self-sufficiency panel. It is especially vulnerable to oil and LNG supply disruptions because it depends heavily on foreign fossil fuel, especially in the Middle East. Now, this highly relates with the Strait of Hormuz. It is particularly important because around 93% of Japan's crude oil pass through it. Now, the key takeaway to take from Japan panel is that Japan's biggest issue is energy security and vulnerability to external shocks. Now, let's move to Denmark. How is Denmark doing today, panel? Denmark has moved towards renewables, but the Ukraine war exposed its dependence on European and Russian energy markets. Denmark relies heavily on renewable energy, especially wind, panel. However, during the Ukraine war, disruptions to Russian gas affected European energy prices. Denmark therefore faced higher energy prices and greater energy security concerns. Now let's talk about the Nord Stream sabotage, which also highlighted the vulnerability of energy infrastructure. The key takeaway to take from Denmark is that Denmark shows that even countries with strong renewables energy dependency can still be affected by regional energy shocks. Now lastly, let us move on to Indonesia. How is Indonesia doing today? We believe that Indonesia has lots of energy resources, but still struggles to meet domestic energy needs. Indonesia is rich in coal, oil and gas, and natural, which is coal providing over 60% of its electricity. But Indonesia is a dual-dependent country that exports energy while also importing refined petroleum products. One major problem is insufficient refining capacity. So Indonesia produces crude oil but still needs to import gasoline and diesel. This creates currency pressure and vulnerability to global energy prices. The key takeaway to take from Indonesia panel is that Indonesia's problem is not a lack of resources, but instead it's the gap between having resources and being able to process them efficiently. Now, we will be moving on to the stakeholder analysis, where we believe that there's a bunch of conflicts that I believe that with TK Cosmos, we will be addressing all of the stakeholder analysis conflict by the end of our solution and recommendation. Now let's move on.
Now, let's talk about the opportunities that Malaysia would get if we adapt the policies from these 3 countries. First, Malaysia could become Southeast Asia's renewable energy technology leader. Malaysia can follow Japan's investment in smart grids, energy storage, and clean technology to become a regional renewable energy technology center. Second, we can build our renewable energy workforce by investing in renewable energy education and training to build the workforce needed for our energy transition and to also create the skilled jobs in our country. Next, we
yet become Southeast Asia's regional renewable energy engine. Malaysia can expand its renewable generation and electricity connections, allowing us to supply clean energy to Southeast Asia while also maintaining our regional influence. Lastly, we can involve the local community in the energy sector. Inspired by Denmark, Malaysia can expand its community-based renewable projects so that citizens and small businesses could also benefit from the energy transition.
Moving on, let's address the critical challenges and limitations countries face when transitioning to clean energy. First, let's examine the high initial investment. In Japan, developing offshore wind infrastructure can cost up to 1 trillion yen because of the difficult conditions such as deep waters and typhoons. And in Denmark, the North Sea Energy Island project was tagged at around 210 billion Danish kroner. And Indonesia, under its 2035-24 roadmap, Indonesia requires an estimation of $188 billion that to retain fossil assets and scale generation. Next, geographical mismatch. Denmark's offshore wind success relies on steady, high-velocity North Sea winds and relatively shallow waters, conditions that Malaysia cannot replicate in regions with lighter and tropical wind profiles. And in Japan, Japan's mountainous terrain drastically limits flat land availability, and also it's expensive, hard to access for unstable areas. And for Indonesia, Indonesia's archipelago structures creates a massive logistical hurdle. Energy generated on one island can often easily reach initial demand. Next, competing priorities. For Denmark, the priority is renewable expansion versus economic viability. Although renewables provided almost 80% of its electricity in 2024, Denmark received 0 bids for a 3 gigawatts offshore wind tender, showing that ambitious energy security goals can compete with the need of financially viable projects. For Japan, the priority is energy independence versus energy reliability. With only 15.3% energy self-sufficiency in 2023, Japan wants to reduce imported fossil fuels, but still relies on LNG, coal and oil on maintaining a stable electricity supply. And for Indonesia, the priority is decarbonization versus economic growth. Although 61% of its planned new capacity is renewable, 24% of it is still fossil fuel, as Indonesia needs to meet increasing electricity demand while supporting economic development. And our last challenge is grid and infrastructure limitations. Denmark's offshore wind requires extensive subsea cables and cross-border connections, while Japan needs more transmission line and storage because renewable energy sites are far from major cities in Japan. And last, Indonesia faces an even larger challenge due to its many islands requiring around 50,000 kilometers of subsea cables.
For our first policy, we have recommended a trilateral energy partnership between Malaysia, Japan, and Indonesia built on cooperations that already exist. Through this, Japan provides its technology and investment, Indonesia contributes critical minerals and its resources, and Malaysia connects these strengths through manufacturing, renewable energy, and ASEAN markets. This could benefit all three countries while also helping Malaysia strengthen its energy supply chain and reduce dependence on external sources. We've adapted this from Indonesia's Presidential Regulation number 109 of 2025, and at first glance it may look like it focuses on waste management. But when we take a look at the history of the policy, we found that this was a restructured policy under President Prabowo that reflects a broader response to geopolitical uncertainty and vulnerable supply chains, and also Indonesia's geopolitical ambitions. We've adapted his strategic thinking to energy by strengthening domestic capabilities and regional partnerships, making Malaysia more resilient to external shocks.
Our next recommendation is implementing Malaysia AI Energy Early Warning and Resilience System. We're using ASEAN Energy Database System (AEDS) as being revamped to strengthen regional data and evidence-based policy making. We could integrate geopolitical intelligence, energy forecasting, and regional cooperation into one AI-assisted system that allows Malaysia to identify energy vulnerabilities before they become crises. To put it simply, we're proposing a disease support and early warning system for Petra, TNB, and other relevant agencies. So, what is the policy we adapted from? We learned this from Japan's 7th Energy Plan. This plan demonstrates the value of using advanced data and modeling to strengthen energy security and prepare for future risks. Similarly, Malaysia could develop this AI resilience system that analyzes real time to detect potential energy disruptions before they occur. This would allow the government to respond earlier to supply shortages, extreme weather, and fluctuations in energy demand. That's all from us. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, hi. I think you have used 3 countries as your benchmark or model, that is in terms of to address your energy trilemma as well. But if you had to identify 1 or 2 assumptions from your proposal that is most likely to fail in Malaysian context, what would it be, and what would you suggest to address or to mitigate that risk?
Alright, thank you so much for the lovely question. We believe that between the 3 countries, Denmark, Indonesia, and Japan, we believe that within the 3 countries, following Denmark's policy or Denmark's status quo right now, it's believed that it's quite hard for us Malaysians to adapt, because based on our case study, we saw that during the research for Denmark, most of Denmark's energy was based on renewable energy. Hence, we believe that it might be hard for Malaysia since it requires a lot of infrastructure and technology. I would believe that it's not impossible. Hence, we believe by our recommendation too, in order for us to mitigate that kind of problem, in order for us to achieve what Denmark has achieved today, which is depending on renewable energy, is that to slowly transitioning, just like our recommendation, just like how we also propose for partnership and further more proposal. Hence, we believe that we can achieve how Denmark is doing right now with the status quo, but we believe that there are few risks and challenges because of our geography factors. Thank you very much.
In that sense, you are suggesting that by partnership with Indonesia and also Japan, we can achieve whatever Denmark is right now in 4 or 5 years ahead.
I believe that 4 or 5 years is quite a short time. Even 10 years is still short. That's why by at least 2050, we could finally achieve that renewable energy dependency. That's why we've stated over and over that it will be hard for Malaysia to implement this kind of policy due to geographical factors, and infrastructure-wise.
Can you go back to your slide yang ada high initial investment? Yeah, I think it's the one before. Yeah, high initial investments. So yeah, memang kalau if you want to do this type of initiatives, is good having trilateral engagements and also partnerships. But when it comes to the high initial investments, was there any conversation that you had with your interviews? Probably macam are there any plans in terms of like securing funding, or who's the one driving this high investment? Is it purely just the government, or is it being, because Malaysia we have a lot of GLCs as well, so one of the initiatives that Gear Up, so some of the GLCs they take up some of their investment agenda set by the ministries. So was there any idea or maybe indication as to how we can from the financial point of view address the high initial investments?
Alright, so thank you for the question. First is that we would like to clarify and readdress back that even though it's stated high initial investment, we believe that even though Malaysia doesn't really have that capacity to do this high initial investment, we believe that it's worth the investment due to the fact that we will gain the long-term benefit in the long run. Secondly, is that yes, throughout our interview, throughout our methodology with the 2 special persons that expertise in the energy industry, we were told that within the energy trilemma, to balance all 3 aspects, in Malaysia, we would like to prioritize more the affordability wise, and they have stated that they are current in living status quo of suggestion in order for us to achieve this high initial investment while also prioritizing affordability within society in Malaysia, is that first, to always raise awareness towards this society, because we believe that money doesn't fully 100% coming from the government, but also coming from the support and money from Malaysia's citizens. Hence, we believe that awareness is the first step so that people actually acknowledge that they are taking their money out of the pocket for what purpose. Secondly, is that we believe that we have to do partnership with a lot of other more like companies to ease the journey.
Okay, I think it was a great presentation. Yeah. Okay, thank you guys.
Right. Thank you very much.
Where you guys can head to the bathroom, have a drink, have a walk outside. But most importantly, I want to remind you guys that this isn't an entirely formal event. We're having this break until 11:10 so that you guys can network and socialize as well. Can we go to the... Alright, so I'm going to challenge each of you teams to have a bit of a networking session, either between you students or with the base community as well. Don't forget that we're all students here. I'm a student, we're all scholarship students, and feel free to ask these starter questions. What I liked about your presentation and why? Your dream scholarship and why? Your dream university and why? So, hence that our break shall commence. You guys can get up and socialize, and thank you so much. Please be back in the hall by 11:10 a.m. Thank you very much.
global energy security.
Really hot. Oh my god. Okay. Tak payah buat Zoom, bukan mic je. Aku kat mic 2 jam. Sebab ni kan. Tapi last sesi, tapi aku balik awal tau. Boleh ni last sesi 2 ke last sesi? Last sesi 3. But last sesi 2 lah. Last sesi 2? Ya, ya. Ya. Betul.
Good day to the panel of judges. I'm Pritika, this is Dia, and this is Ryan. We are Team Serious, and today we would like to present our case study on geopolitics and energy sovereignty, navigating global conflicts and safeguarding Malaysia's energy future. Before we dive deeper, let us take a quick look at our agenda for today. As you can see on the screen, our presentation will cover everything from our methodology and stakeholder views right up to our main proposals for Malaysia. To start off, it is important to note that global energy networks remain highly vulnerable to volatile geopolitical conflicts. As a result, fuel importing nations such as Malaysia face direct threats towards industrial growth whenever foreign prices spike. Therefore, our study is designed to evaluate our current readiness and offer a concrete framework on long-term energy resilience.
Okay, thank you, Pritika. Okay, building on that point, our core focus here is about protecting the domestic power grid from sudden supply shocks. However, we believe true resilience goes beyond just fuel stockpiling. It also demands the active protection of critical trade lanes. This is exactly why Malaysia must speed up its local renewable energy adoption to shield our local industries from global price volatility. Now, looking at the operational side, supply blockades always force governments and utility companies to make very tough financial choices. Specifically, they have to balance short-term market survival against long-term investment. On one hand, our strategic motivators push us to protect trade routes and stabilize local prices. But on the other hand, we face massive financial costs such as absorbing high prices in spot markets and paying heavy upfront capex to upgrade our infrastructure. In addition to that, energy crisis heavily disrupt environmental policies. When maritime lanes are blocked, nations are trapped in a dilemma. Do they temporarily return to high emission fossil fuels for grid stability, which is the quick fix, or do they just speed up the transition to zero carbon system, which is the long-term solution?
To prove how critical this issue is, let us examine some concrete data. First of all, the Strait of Hormuz acts as a dominant maritime hub where a massive 26.6% of global oil trade flows through this narrow bottleneck every single day. Because of this, geopolitical risks are heavily concentrated on Asian industrial economies. For instance, China remains the most vulnerable, followed closely by India, South Korea, and Japan. What this means is that any military blockade will instantly freeze these massive fuel volumes, consequently it will trigger global hyperinflation and severe grid failure worldwide. So how do we analyze this threat objectively? Let's move to our methodology.
Tunjuk kat sini.
To ensure our funding are unbiased and effective, our team uses a comprehensive mix of data sources and policy reference. Mainly, our study is grounded in three major frameworks: the IEA Emergency Guidelines, Literature on Sovereign Energy Resilience, and Malaysia's own National Energy Security Blueprint. Furthermore, in terms of crisis mitigation, we evaluated emergency rationing in schools, government intervention capacity, and stockpile longevity. But beyond the numbers, we also correlated this data with ethical correlation like deontology and utilitarianism to balance national self-interest with global supply cooperation.
I'm sorry, wait a moment. Well, of course, any successful policy must consider the stakeholders involved. First, the government naturally focuses on resource nationalism and stricter control over infrastructure. Meanwhile, the energy industry prioritizes supply chain security and demands clear regulations so they can transition profitably into green technology.
However, we must also focus on the human factor, which involves our workers and local communities. To address this, our team emphasized a just transition by reskilling all and gas workers for green jobs, while ensuring social justice by respecting local community concerns.
Despite these clear needs, current global policy responses shows a dangerous pattern of reactive and passive behavior. First, there is a high dependency on short-term fuel subsidies instead of proactive conservation. Second, we seek delayed adoption because industries rarely change their high consumption habits until physical shortages hits. And finally, public resistance to tariff hikes creates a highly complex policy maze during crisis. Bring us to future business trends where we can see a constant battle between sacrifice and convenience. Due to inelastic demand, consumers prioritize short-term economic convenience over green goals, keeping daily commutes tied to their private vehicles. Ultimately, these infrastructure gaps means that economic survival inevitably overshadows global energy transition plans for the average consumer.
But how do we break this cycle? To break this cycle, every sector must play an active role, and we can adopt proven global model as our benchmarks. For example, Denmark serves as green policy benchmark for renewable grids, where they transition their power sector to rely on 80% domestic wind and solar power. On the other hand, Japan also increased management, keeping low-cost strategic petroleum reserves that hold up to 200 days of national consumption to ensure industry survival. And second, we propose local assembly investment. This means progressively localizing the manufacturing and recycling of renewable energy hardware to safeguard Malaysia's long-term economic autonomy. To wrap up our presentation, let us summarize our core argument. In short, the Strait of Hormuz crisis has exposed several supply chain flaws, as well as established developing nations like Malaysia.
Common interventions that are merely reactive. Instead, we must choose the proactive path by upgrading our reserves based on Japan's model and accelerating our transition based on Denmark's grid. Our ultimate goal is to completely shield Malaysian markets from foreign conflict price shocks.
And with that, we conclude our presentation. Thank you very much, and we're now open to any questions from the journalists.
Hello, hi. I think in the earlier presentation you did mention about long-term energy resilience, and I think you have framed resilience as balancing energy security and also sustainability lah. So in practice, I think these two goals might pull against each other. Perhaps, for instance, macam energy security sometimes favor fossil fuel reserves rather than sustainability. So, in this sense, where do you expect this tension to be sharpened in Malaysia?
Okay, so to us, energy resilience means having backups. So it means protecting our trade routes, keeping local fuel stockpiles for emergency, and switching to solar power so we don't really completely on other countries.
Okay, hello. So this final slide. Can you explain a bit more on how you conducted this benchmarking of Japan's SPR model to upgrade our reserves and how it would apply to Malaysia?
Sorry. So every sector must play an active role for this, and we can adopt proven global models as our benchmarks. For example, so Japan excels in crisis management, keeping world-class strategic petroleum reserves that hold up to 200 days of national consumption to ensure industrial survival.
That's all. Thank you.
For the pointer, you point towards the projector actually, or the computer within your presentation. Alright. So now, let's invite Insight 12 to present their presentation, titled The Middle East Crisis and Energy Sovereignty, Leveraging Indonesia's Agro-Energy Strategies for Malaysia's Agricultural Resilience. Good morning, honorable judges and fellow peers. My name is Elena, alongside my team members from Insight 12, Purna, Ira, and Ruba. We represent SMK USJ 12. When news anchors report on a crisis in the Middle East Strait of Hormuz, the world immediately shifts its focus on fuel pumps and global crude oil prices. Today, our team invites you to look along a different critical path, straight down at the very soil under our feet. We are proud to present our case study research report titled The Middle East Crisis and Energy Sovereignty, Leveraging Indonesia's Agro-Energy Strategies for Malaysia's Agricultural Resilience. Okay, since the slide's not here, I'm just going to continue. So before we start, we need to understand the importance of the Strait of Hormuz. Escalating geopolitical conflict has severely disrupted this critical maritime and initial point.
Historically, the Strait of Hormuz handles approximately 20 million barrels of oil per day, representing 25% of global seaborne oil trade. However, this issue does not limit it to oil only. Around 30% of global fertilizer trade also relies on the same exact shipping lane. Therefore, our key insight is that energy insecurity is no longer just about access to fuel. When an important maritime route is disrupted, the consequences can be spread through interconnected global systems, especially fertilizer and agricultural supply chain.
This brings us to what we call the energy fertilizer link. So, conflicts in the Middle East can disrupt maritime routes and crude oil and natural gas supplies, causing synthetic fertilizer production to halt because natural gas is both a key raw material and energy source. Furthermore, fertilizer production and transportation also requires global energy and supply chain systems. Therefore, when energy prices increase, fertilizer becomes more expensive and more difficult to obtain. This will lead to a higher cost in farming and can skyrocket food prices.
Now, let's examine the challenges Malaysia faced due to the Middle East crisis. Malaysia already has energy security because of its relatively reliable and affordable supply of energy and is a major net exporter of natural gas through petroleum. However, Malaysia still lacks full energy sovereignty because global events can still affect local food prices. This is because Malaysia is highly reliable on imported fertilizers, so disruption in global supply energy and transportation causes price of fertilizer to increase. At the same time, farmer cost spikes, leading to higher food prices, thus threatening the national nutritional security. Therefore, our main problem is clear. Malaysia's food security cannot be fully strengthened without improving both energy sovereignty and agricultural input sovereignty.
To systematically analyze this issue, we used several approaches. First, we conducted geopolitical analysis, supply chain analysis, and energy security analysis. We then combined these findings through a strategic, systemic, and readiness matrix that considered Malaysia's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. For our kit-based research, we collected them from research papers, official government reports, news articles, and local biomass volumes. For our primary comparative case study, we have selected Indonesia based on 3 criteria: regional relevance, resource similarity, and policy relevance.
Our proposed strategy involves several important key stakeholders composing of the government and policymakers that demand resource nationalism and sovereignty. Energy industries such as Petronas and palm oil seeks market stability and circular revenue when supply chain bottlenecks. Workers want long-term job security in green industries. Local communities want economic stability and welfare. And lastly, NGOs focuses on sustainable resource management and social justice. Therefore, agro-energy sovereignty requires cooperation between these 5 stakeholders groups.
Our chronological analysis shows how geopolitical tensions have gradually increased Malaysia's vulnerability. In 2018, the US withdrawal from the Iran nuclear deal affected Iranian oil exports and straining global energy markets. In 2019, commercial tanker attacks along the Strait of Hormuz and Gulf of Oman inflated regional shipping and insurance risks to Asian energy importers. And by 2026, military actions against Iran led to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which caused a direct energy spike. The key lesson here is that even with a domestic energy production, Malaysia is still vulnerable as it is connected to global energy and supply chain systems.
Next, let's look at Indonesia's proven blueprint that shows how agro-energy can strengthen energy sovereignty. First, Indonesia's B35B40 biofuel mandate requires 35 to 40% local palm oil biodiesel, reducing dependence on imported petroleum and protecting agricultural transport from global price shocks. Next, its rural cooperative biomass system converts
palm waste and wastewater into biofertilizer, creating a closed loop that reduces farm input costs. Together, these strategies show Malaysia how combining local biodiesel production and agricultural waste recycling can reduce the exposure to volatile global markets and build greater energy and agricultural resilience.
So before we apply lessons from Indonesia, we first need to understand Malaysia's position. There are already two areas where Malaysia is moving towards greater agro-energy resilience. Firstly, Malaysia is actively transitioning towards higher blend B20 and B30 biodiesel using locally produced crude palm oil to stabilize agricultural transportation costs. Secondly, Malaysia is developing a biofertilizer and organic alternatives by co-composting POFE and EFE from its own palm industry into a nutrient-rich organic fertilizer, replacing gas-based imports. This is to shield farmers from natural gas shocks.
However, this is where we identify an important strategy gap, that is, Malaysia should not blindly copy Indonesia's massive biodiesel mandate, but should not also completely reject Indonesia's approach either. We recommend a dual-track resilience strategy. The first track is safe energy allocation, which acts as the anchor in maintaining a steady B20 or B30 biodiesel level for agricultural vehicles without using additional prime agricultural land. The second track is the agro-energy waste loop, which transforms existing agricultural waste into clean, valuable energy assets, balancing fossil fuel dependence with agricultural and food preservation. We recommend, to execute this pivot, we propose a 3-term timeline.
In the short term, we came up with agricultural gas shield framework. This is an immediate emergency intervention task force uniting the Ministry of Agriculture and Petronas. The task force would monitor international trade indices. This is to allow early intervention before major crisis reaches Malaysia. Okay, and concurrently, Malaysia should also establish a strategic fertilizer reserve hubs stocked with local urea. Placing these hubs directly inside a major fertilizer agricultural production zone guarantees rapid, short-distance distribution during global shipping blockades. Our expected outcome is greater protection against fertilizer sudden shortage and price increment caused by geopolitical events.
So for the medium term, our team's focus is on waste to input recycling and organic biofertilizer production. So firstly, Malaysia should establish a standard, a national quality standard so that palm oil mills can efficiently process EFB and POME into high-grade organic biofertilizer inputs. Next, agro-energy partnerships linking farmers to palm oil mills, Petronas and local authorities should be initiated. The expected outcome is a structural reduction in import dependency while creating a reliable domestic biomass resource.
In the long term, we recommend community-owned biomass microgrids, which is localized grids across agricultural hubs powered by EFP and POA. It empowers farmer cooperatives to manage their own energy supply independently of the national grid. Secondly, we recommend solar panel integration above shade-tolerant crops. This dual-use approach allows agricultural land to produce both food and renewable energy sources simultaneously. The expected outcome is a true rural energy independence, shielded completely from global shipping blockade and fossil fuel leverage.
To conclude, geopolitics exposes Malaysia's vulnerability in energy, fertilizer, and food supply chains. Indonesia offers a reference, but Malaysia should adapt, not copy. A dual-track strategy has the potential to turn geopolitical risks into agricultural resilience. The goal is that we should protect farmers, the local food supply, and communities from external shocks. That's all from our team. Thank you.
Hello, hi. I think this group has came out with good angle compared to the other group in terms of agriculture. But my question is, you are using Indonesia agro-energy strategy as a reference point. Is it right? So actually, macam I wanted to share with you that Malaysia had a bad experience trusting Indonesia agri-tech data before. If you have heard about e-fishery, our pension fund lost close to 2,000 million ringgit, and even purple audits missed the fraud for the years. So in this sense, I just wanted to know, how do you know that specific lessons is actually grounded in real results, perhaps in your timeline, versus just sounding good on paper? Yeah. Regarding those issues that we had before, how do you know that specific lessons is actually grounded as a real result rather than just being good on the paper?
So these research things that we put on our site are actually resourced from their documentaries, and also we contacted some of their agricultural workers from Ministry of Agriculture Indonesia. So that's how I guarantee that all of these sources are realistic and not just something for them to look nice on papers.
If you were given the opportunity to explore more on this agriculture, will you pick other countries to explore on this?
Yes, I would choose Russia because Russia is one of the most well-known fertilizer hubs, and I think they have very strong economy base. So we should learn and take strategy from them, like learn from their Ministry of Agriculture.
Hi, I like the angle of the food security, and you do make a case that there is some inter-agency collaboration, coordination where the ministry is to work with the farmers. But this type of work stream that requires a lot of parties, do you foresee any coordination challenges in the future? Who's the one driving it and the monitoring part of it, to make sure that information is being cascaded to the farmers, and how do you make sure that it's a long and sustainable initiative?
I think Malaysia should also create a special workforce for this to ensure the government and the local farmers, this special workforce should make sure that the communication between these two parties are clear and the understanding is mutual. So that's another thing that should be considered if we were to take these recommendations.
I would like to add that maybe we should also create a public-private framework, as it's not a fully government handout, and it's also modeled based on Malaysia's existing CRESS framework.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Group Insight 12 for your presentation. Now, let us invite the seniors to present their proposal titled Energy as Power, Geopolitics, Energy Security, and Malaysia's Path to Energy Sovereignty.
morning to our fellow judges and everyone here. And my name is Dania. This is I, Hila, and Sari. Fellow judges, I want you to imagine one thing. Imagine waking up tomorrow and going to the petrol station and realizing the fuel prices have increased. Now, is it because Malaysians have run out of oil? No. It could be because of a conflict that is happening thousands of kilometers away. And that shows us one thing. When it comes to energy, global events have local consequences. Today, the world faces growing geopolitical tension, conflict, and economic uncertainty, putting global energy supplies under pressure. But rather than looking at the global picture alone, our presentation focuses on what this means for Malaysia. So how does this affect Malaysia? The recent Middle East conflict has put South as a dependence on imported we will continue. So how does this affect Malaysia exactly? The recent Middle East conflict has put Southeast Asia dependence on imported fuels. Disruption to major energy supplies and trade routes can quickly affect the fuel prices, electricity, transportation, and industry. So we ask, to what extent does geopolitical influence Malaysia's energy sovereignty, and how can Malaysia become more resilient? Now, let's look at the Malaysian stakeholder affected and what the evidence tells us.
Alright, we'll continue with the stakeholder analysis. The core challenge is the Middle East conflict and global energy risk. Now, because of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, especially Iran's threats to close the Strait of Hormuz, it triggered a domino effect across the entire global market. Now, for Malaysia, this hits close to home. Even though we have Petronas, which is an LNG importer, our domestic production is declining while consumption keeps rising by 2025. Our oil import dependence hit roughly 25% of our total consumption. Supply chain disruptions here also have pushed up raw material prices, causing Malaysia's monthly fuel subsidy bill to quadruple to nearly $990 million in March 2026. In response, the government temporarily cut subsidized fuel quotas and is even discussing crude supply deals with Russia to diversify our sources. Now, the ripple effects are felt industry-wide. Fuel retailers report suppliers are shortening the supply commitments down to just 2 months since its conflict began. Petronas had to redirect Malaysian crude oil to domestic refineries to maximize local fuel production. Historically, much of our crude was sold via long-term contracts, but industry show 20% of our crude is now traded on the spot market, making prices more volatile. To reduce reliance on any shipping route, Petronas has also secured new crude supplies from West Africa and Latin America. As we can see outside the Middle East, the US is Malaysia's second largest supplier of crude, petroleum, and condensate, rising from just 4.8% in 2018 to 18.9% in 2025. Over 22% of our imports in 2025 came from
more diversified regions.
Overall, while stakeholders have different priorities, they collectively highlight the need for Malaysia to strengthen energy security, reduce accessibility, and build greater energy resilience. To understand Malaysia's current energy position, we also need to look at how it has evolved over time and the key developments that have shaped Malaysia's energy system.
Energy is not just important for economic development, it is also a source of geopolitical power. Malaysia learned the importance of energy security during the oil crisis in the 1970s. As a response, Petronas was established in 1974. During the 1980s, Malaysia developed its oil, natural gas and LNG industries. From the 1990s onwards, the South China Sea also became more important because of its offshore energy resources and geopolitical disputes. Today, Malaysia is focusing more on the energy transition, developing sustainable energy and improving energy efficiency. So, what has Malaysia done to strengthen its energy sovereignty? First, Malaysia continues to develop its domestic oil and gas resources through Petronas. Second, Malaysia has invested heavily in LNG productions and infrastructure. Third, Malaysia is developing sustainable energy, especially solar and hydropower. Finally, Malaysia also works with Asian countries on regional energy cooperation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the opportunities.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you might be asking, what opportunities does Malaysia have? First and foremost, reducing energy demand. Malaysia can improve energy efficiency in buildings, transportation, and even government facilities. In August this year, Malaysia has renewed the 10-year energy efficient plan with Petrol, targeting approximately $21.5 billion in savings. So rather than asking, how do we produce more energy, we should be asking, how do we waste less energy? Secondly, strengthening ASEAN's energy cooperation. Energy sovereignty doesn't mean that Malaysia has to lock itself and not ask help from others. The ASEAN power grid allows countries to improve electricity and provide greater emergency planning and resilience. To continue my third point, expanding into energy sources, Malaysia can accelerate in solar and hydropower sources. By producing more energy, Malaysia can expose to international fossil fuels prices and geopolitical social shocks. But ladies and gentlemen, renewable energy aren't magic. We still need a strong grid and reliable backup generations. Which bring me to my fourth opportunities. Strengthening electricity grids and energy storage. Malaysia needs modern transmissions and networks and stronger regional interconnections. Because having solar panels without infrastructure is basically like having a huge water tank without any pipes. However, opportunities has risk. First risk is dependency could simply shift from fossil fuel to critical minerals. Solar panels and EV depends on minerals such as lithium, nickel, and cobalt. So if we replace one dependency with another, do we really have achieved energy sovereignty? Therefore, Malaysia should supply while developing domestic manufacturing. Secondly, ASEAN cooperation can create new dependency. It also means that Malaysia has connected to infrastructure problems and disrupting to other countries. My third point, the energy transition is expensive. Ladies and gentlemen, renewable energy is a huge investment. But Malaysia has other priorities too.
like healthcare, education, and infrastructures. So yes, investment create long-term resilience, but ladies and gentlemen, we all agree that money doesn't grow on trees. Last but not least, renewable energy is intermittent. Solar works during the day, but at night, this cloud and rain can also reduce generating power. Therefore, Malaysia needs better forecasting and demand manufacturing. So I will pass my presentation to Akila so she can broadcast the solutions.
Now, moving on with the solutions, to begin with, Malaysia's energy security is able to strengthen even in an increasingly uncertain global environment by accelerating the diversification and renewables. For instance, a grid modernization and energy storage, such as batteries and pumped hydro, should be deployed. Furthermore, Malaysia should further invest in innovation and technology. For instance, scale green hydrogen, advanced biofuels, advanced biofuels, and modern nuclear proposed gas pathways. Lastly, Malaysia should start build strategic reserves in supplies by diversifying import sources, which is by reducing reliance on Middle East on supply. That's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You mentioned an interesting challenge, which is we might be dependent, instead of dependency on fuels, we might be dependent on critical minerals instead in our transition. So did you see any viable long-term solutions that we could undertake to address this issue?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Is there any solutions that you think to this problem that you identified of dependency on critical minerals instead of critical fuels in our transition to cleaner energy?
You can expand the agreements with other countries instead of relying on minerals such as lithium and cobalt, such as we can rely on countries like Russia and Kuwait.
Sorry, can you go to the, I think the slide before this, the one that you showed the solutions, was it? Yeah. This one. So, I just want to pick your brains on the second point on your investing in innovation and technology. I think when we talk about innovation and technology, it comes down to the idea of like, Malaysia kadang-kadang kita tak ada the specialty or the expertise in this type of field. It could be the case we're not investing enough in terms of our funding, but it could also be the case that we don't have the workforce or the high skilled labor to work into this lah. So do you have any comments or maybe further suggestions on how we can enhance our R&D, our innovation as well as our technology? Just from your readings and maybe from examples of cross-country comparisons that you have looked into now.
I personally think that Malaysia should focus on interdependency because we can take examples from Singapore or Thailand. We can learn from innovation and technology and implement it into our future generation to focus on innovation, on technology and in energy sustainability.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you guys. It was
Thank you
great.
so much.
Yep.
To the seniors for the presentation. First off, I have to announce that there will be a slight change to our schedule. We will be having our lunch break early, but also continuing the next session earlier at 1:40 p.m. So, once again, a huge thank you to the teams for their brilliant presentations, and we'll be taking a break for lunch and prayer. Please take note that, again, the bathrooms are outside of the hall and the surau is on level 3. So the food The lunch is provided outside, so you guys can head out and pick the lunch up and be back here by 1:40 p.m.
Also for participants,
Action Roadmap and EPR backed by MEDA's strategy tax incentive. By leveraging mechanisms like GIPA and GIPE, we must convert policy into action, accelerating our path toward a 70% renewable energy target by 2050, unlocking up 1.3 trillion ringgit in investment, and creating over 310,000 green jobs for local workers. To walk you through our operational roadmap, core initiatives, and detailed implementation, I will now hand the floor over to Afika. Now, let's look at how this is unfolded over time. On 28 February 2026, the conflict broke out and the Strait of Hormuz was effectively closed. Oil transit dropped from around 20 million to just 2.7 million barrels per day. By early April, crude oil prices reached $144 per barrel, while supply disruptions affected crude oil, jet fuel, and LPG. From March to June, the IEA released 400 million barrels of emergency oil reserves, while countries sought alternative supply routes and non-Hormuz suppliers. Next, but how did major Asian economies respond? First, Japan supported the IEA emergency stock release, while its crude oil imports fell by around 40%. Next, China also saw a 40% decline, using accumulated oil stocks to absorb the shock. Meanwhile, India faced greater pressure as around 2/3 of its LPG consumption came through the Strait of Hormuz in 2025. Next, so what can we learn from these responses? The key reason is to reduce dependence on one energy source through alternative energy and supply routes, including renewable, nuclear power, and energy efficiency. However, bypass routes remain limited. Only Saudi Arabia and the UAE have oil pipelines that can bypass the strait. Therefore, diversification reduces immediate risk, but critical maritime routes remain vulnerable. At the same time, moving towards new energy systems can reduce dependence on fossil fuel supply chains. Next, but this crisis does not affect countries alone. It affects different groups as well. For the government, the focus is strengthening energy security. For industry, there are shortage of petrochemical stock and chemical products. For the public, government encourage work from home and public transport. For households, LPG shortage affects cooking needs. Finally, organizations such as the IEA continue supporting countries as they adapt. Overall, this crisis shows that energy security is not only a national issue, but a shared global challenge. With that, I will hand it over to my teammate, Atika. All for information, most of the contents on page 5 to 8 are based on the official International Energy Agency.
Okay, now I will continue with how this global energy risk can affect Malaysia and what we can do to strengthen our energy security. The Strait of Hormuz is a major risk for global oil and energy supply. Any major disruptions will affect global energy prices and supply. Therefore, Malaysia needs to diversify its energy sources and reduce excessive dependence on fossil fuels. Next, the Strait of Hormuz shows us that energy security is not only a global issue, it can also become a national vulnerability. So the question is, how can Malaysia become more resilient to this external energy disruption? Our first proposal is strengthening an EPR and domestic renewable capacity. Malaysia should expand domestic renewable energy capacity to diversify the energy mix and reduce exposure to global oil and gas disruption. Solar can generate electricity using Malaysia's high solar potential. Biomass can utilize palm oil agricultural waste to produce energy, while hydropower can utilize our rivers and water resources. Together, these renewable sources can diversify Malaysia's energy mix and reduce our dependence on oil gas. Next, however, domestic energy development alone is not enough. Our second proposal is Asian power grid integration and cross-border security. What is Asian power grid? The Asian power grid aims to establish interconnected electricity system across Southeast Asia, allowing participating countries to exchange and trade electricity when required. But why is cross-border security important? As national electricity system become increasingly interconnected, stronger cooperation is required to protect critical energy infrastructure, maintain grid stability, and minimize the risk of large-scale disruption. Next. Finally, we need to consider communities that are far from the main electricity grid, especially in Sabah and Sarawak. Sabah and Sarawak have numerous remote and rural communities where extending the national electricity grid can be challenging. Localist community microgrids can provide decentralized and reliable electricity generation closer to where it is needed. If major disruptions affect the national grid, a properly designed microgrid can continue supplying electricity to essential community facilities depending on its available generation and storage capacity. If you are asking why these remote communities don't simply use the national grid, it's because some of them are located far from the main electricity grid, making connection difficult and costly. Okay, now I will hand it over to Ariana Christina to continue with the next section. Thank you.
Thank you, Adita. Now, I will be continuing my part. As we move towards greater sovereignty, we must also consider the people affected by this transition. One major risk is the displacement of oil and gas co-workers. As fossil fuel industries gradually phase down, however, there are workers that already possess valuable technical experience that can be transferred into emerging renewable energy sectors. Looking at Scotland's approach, its offshore skills framework demonstrates how existing offshore expertise can be met towards renewable energy carriers. For Malaysia, we propose applying a similar concept through a green skill passport, allowing Petronas technicians and other experienced workers to transition into areas such as tidal and floating solar energy. At the same time, energy transition should remain socially inclusive. The European Union's just transition mechanism highlights the importance of supporting communities and workers affected by the shift toward a greener economy. Therefore, our framework aims to achieve energy without leaving workers and communities behind. Next. To turn this framework into reality, we propose a phased implementation roadmap. Phase 1, covering the first 1 to 2 years, focuses on policy alignment. We propose collaboration with the Ministry of Human Resources, or KUSUMA, to develop Malaysian green skills passport and establish the necessary retraining framework. Phase 2, over the following 3 to 4 years, focuses on instruction and pilot projects. Community solar projects can be launched in off-grid villages, such as Sabah and Sarawak, using targeted tariffs to improve local energy access.
Excuse me, sorry. The time is up, yeah?
Okay, with that, conclude our presentation. Thank you for the esteemed panel of judges for the time and consideration.
Hello, hi. I think it is a really good angle is that you are focusing on inheriting foreign risk to national energy sovereignty. It is ambitious for national answer to energy sovereignty, and you are thinking regionally rather than just giving the issue further. So I think in your proposal you should mention that outside power grid. I just wanted to understand, when it comes to ASEAN, you are now implementing the political stability and doing all the neighbors. So how do you feed them and how do you feed them in the sense of there is a individual arrangement.
Can you repeat better?
In your proposal, second proposal, you are referring to ASEAN power grid. So my question is, how do you fit wherever there is a dispute in the regional arrangement between countries?
Sorry, how do you
treat the appetite when there is any conflict or any dispute in the regional arrangement within those countries? The ASEAN. This ties back to your second proposal some of ASEAN power grid.
we can miss that? Actually, I think the answer will be for Malaysia, we should focus on launching in off-grid villages, launching microgrids on villages, particularly in Sabah and Sarawak, to improve local energy access.
Thanks for that. Perhaps may one explain more about the timeline. Your proposal.
You mean the timeline is about... Do you mean the timeline about the slide 5? February 2017, the conflict broke out and the Strait of Hormuz was effectively closed. Oil transit dropped from around 20 million to just 2.7 million barrels per day. By early April, crude oil prices reached $144 per barrel, while supply disruptions affected crude oil, jet fuel, and LPG. From March to June, the IEA released
Now, let's invite AMYST to present their proposal titled The Balance Strategy.
Test, okay. Sorry. This
That's mic 1, 2, 3.
Oh well, Assalamualaikum and a pleasant day to the honorable panel of judges, our vigilant timekeepers, and our amazing audience. Today, we are presenting the balance strategy, harnessing the dragon's current, smart BRI hydropower investments. Our central focus is how can Malaysia use China's BRI funding to expand nationwide hydropower without using loose control of its energy grid. Geopolitical instability and fossil fuel volatility make transitioning to local, renewable, and urgent economic and security necessity. The advanced SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, and SDG 13, climate action. To put it simply, global fuel price swings directly threaten our home energy bills. Hydropower isolates Malaysia's economy from these external price shocks. Scaling clean energy is blocked by high upfront capital expenditure or CapEx instability from power intermittency and investor hesitancy due to policy uncertainty. In other words, building dams is enough. Our current grid can't handle intermittent power. We must modernize our entire national grid system to keep it stable. Achieving long-term commercial viability requires bridging capital gaps through low-cost financing, target subsidies, variable debt terms, and risk mitigation tools to modernize grid infrastructure. Simply put, this is where the BRI helps. By leveraging low-interest concessional loans, we bridge our funding gaps and reach profitability much faster. Alright, so for the methodology and analysis, our analysis combines quantitative tracking of macro-level renewable energy trends with a qualitative policy case study on Malaysia. We track long-term renewable energy shares and regional investment allocations. What I mean by this is tracking hard data highlights exactly where Malaysia lags behind and where our regional advantage lie. The stakeholder analysis maps the balance of power and grid control between Malaysian state utilities like TNB and Sarawak Energy and foreign investors. To put it simply, this protects our national sovereignty. We map grid ownership to ensure foreign entities can never control or shut off Malaysia's power. We also use a 3-phase evolution model and a 5 connectivity policy synthesis to establish a sovereign balance strategy. In other words, we adapted China's 5 connectivity, which is policy, infrastructure, trade, finance, and people, into a protective framework, ensuring foreign partnership directly benefits local workers and consumers.
So now, let's talk about the stakeholder analysis. To execute our clean energy roadmap, we've mapped our strategy across 5 key stakeholders groups. First, institutional and PRI finances like CDB focus on long-term returns and SDGs, but face high upfront capex. Second, government positive grid security prioritize grid security, but face political and budgetary risks. Next, developers cares about commercial viability and system integration. They are constrained by high initial costs and a lack of dedicated storage subsidies. Next, grid operators like TNB need stable power against weather and solar intermittency. Last, local communities need affordable energy but lack technical support. By aligning our strategies with each group specific interests and risks, we ensure a balanced, secure, and sustainable transition. And for the strategic engagement approach will be discussed in the recommendation.
Okay, so moving on, the chronological analysis of geopolitical factors focuses on 6 key Black Sea nations located along the BRI's European Central Asian corridor: Bulgaria, Georgia, Romania, Russia, Turkey, and Ukraine. So their objective is to evaluate which countries are suitable host nations for Chinese renewable energy investments. As a result, Romania and Turkey emerge as the 2 most suitable host countries because they provide stable governments, clear regulations, and safe environments for projects. So the core lesson: investment prioritize strong political friendships, smooth government agencies, and political stability above all else. Next. To understand where foreign capital is flowing today, we must first look at how the BRI's energy portfolio has evolved over time, as shown in our 3-phase evolution arc. So phase 1, coal dominance. BRI heavily favored fossil fuels. On the second phase, shifted towards green transition, where renewable energy is becoming more important. On phase 3, consolidation and hybridization, investments shift beyond simple generation to complex grid solutions. We're focusing on hybrid and advanced energy systems. Next. Okay, so why these investments? Risks evolve over a project's timeline. On early stage, the main danger is policy and regulatory risks. On the later stage, once the project is built and running, market and financial risk comes. Investors must adjust their strategies and risk premium calculation as renewable energy projects move through different development phases. So higher risk, the investors want higher demanded return. But on lower risk, the investors will have cheaper financing. Before international investors choose to put millions of dollars into a specific country, they must assess the political, currency, and institutional risk unique to that country. Next. Okay. When we apply this financial risk logic to national asset selection, one factor stands out above the rest: hydropower. Hydropower leads cumulative BRI investments at over 44 billion, with active funding projected to 2027 and 2030, as you can see in that photo. Hydropower advances BRI energy cooperation by generating clean electricity while simultaneously enhancing domestic water management. As Capt. Marsky and Jones once said,
As a mature clean technology with strong load regulation capacity, hydropower contributed more than half of global renewable electricity generation in 2022, providing indispensable support for grid stability and fossil fuel substitution. Okay, the positive impact for hydropower. Joining BRI can lead to economic growth, expand renewable energy, improve electrification, and reduce carbon intensity. Also, hydropower acts as an indispensable, flexible power source that keeps electrical networks reliable, outperforming both variable green sources and traditional fossil fuels.
% increase in maximum reservoir inundation in the central Amazon since 1980. So let's do a reality check for Malaysia. The Nigeria project reminds us that hydropower development can have real environmental impact. Looking closely at Malaysia, large-scale hydropower carries severe environmental trade-off. The project permanently floods over 2,145 hectares of rainforest, destroying wildlife habitats and severing ecological corridors. They also disrupt aquatic ecosystem by blocking fish migration and natural sediment flow, causing reservoir build-up while eroding riverbanks downstream. Changes in water temperature, flow, and oxygen levels further endanger native aquatic life. And most surprisingly, tropical dams are not truly carbon neutral. Underwater vegetation decay in warm, oxygen-poor conditions, turning these reservoirs into major resource of greenhouse gas emissions like methane.
Alright, moving on to recommendations. So our first point is Malaysia should take the BRI strategic plan. Under policy coordination, we recommend mandating a 51% or higher local state equity in all BRI hydro projects to retain grid and water basin control. Essentially, this highlights that holding a 51% majority stake is our red line. It ensures local entities like TNB keep absolute control over strategic decision and water resources. The next point is for infrastructure. We must channel BRI capital into subsea HVDC transmission cables linking Sarawak's hydro output to Peninsular Malaysia. Simply put, subsea cables turn Sarawak into the battery of Malaysia, sending excess hydropower straight to the high-demand peninsula. Moving up to the next point, regarding trade and finance, we should integrate the Asian power grid and blend direct loans with local green sukuk bonds. That is all from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. This is another angle to explore more in terms of the long-term effect. So, but I just wonder of any hidden agenda of this BRI finding, whereby it could lead to debt trap, or we call perangkap hutang lah. So, if I may give an example, Laos, for instance, has faced serious debt distress tied to Chinese finance hydropower. So, are we at a risk at following Laos' path, or does your proposals specifically has guard against this? I'm sorry, could you repeat that again? Okay, macam Laos at this moment, they have their debt trap perangkap hutang with Chinese finance hydropower because of this One Belt One Road initiative by China. And are we gonna follow the laws path, or does your proposal have any significant guard to against that?
That is precisely why we propose financial integration. Instead of taking 100% foreign debt, we blend long-term BII concessional loans with local green sukuk bonds and NETR transition funds. Combined with foreign exchange currency hedging, this limits foreign debt exposure while ensuring Malaysia remains in full financial control. I hope that answers the questions enough.
That is a good answer.
Can we take a step back? And why did we choose to focus on hydropower? Why did we choose to focus on hydropower as your proposal?
Oh, okay. I choose to focus on hydropower because, like I said, hydropower acts as an indispensable, flexible power source that keeps electrical networks reliable, outperforming both variable green sources and traditional fossil fuels. Solar and wind generation fluctuates with weather and sunlight. Hydro dams can instantly release water to ramp up power output when solar drops off or electricity demand spikes. So like solar farm, they need the sunlight, but when it's night, you can't use the solar. But on wind, and also wind, you need wind. But on water, you can do 24/7. And you understand that? Thank you.
So you're saying that for Malaysia, hydropower, you see it as the most feasible way forward for Malaysia.
If you were given the power and opportunity to explore more than hydropower, what it could be?
Sorry.
If you were given the power and opportunity to explore more than hydropower, what angle and areas that it could be?
So you're asking like what if I could have the power to explore more about hydropower? So what will be I want to explore more about hydropowers. There are like the engineering behind every of that, how they are built, like the dam and everything. I want to know every like how they do it and why is it like scientifically okay and everything. Does that answer the question?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you very much from AMYST. Now, let's invite the Wanderers to present their proposal titled International Conflict and Energy Security.
Hello, and a very good afternoon to our esteemed judges, fellow competitors, and honorable timekeepers. We are the Wanderers from College Permata Pintar, and today we're going to be presenting about international conflict and energy security. Now, imagine, before you go to work or class, every day you have to take your cup of coffee, so you would be in a good mood. Only at your favorite cafe, you have to buy it before it sells out. So, your energy and your mood on the day depends on that one unpredictable factor. Well, this is the current position of Malaysia's energy sector. We rely heavily on imported coal, which makes about all of our electric resource, while being one of the main exporters of oil and natural gas. Any threat to this current system threatens our economy. So that begs the question, should we refine our security, or do do we discard it altogether in favor of sovereignty?
So around 25% of global seaborne trade passes through a narrow choke points like the Malacca and Hormuz Straits. Whenever the food prices spike, countries relying on imported gas will face immediate tariff shocks. To address this, our objective is to analyze how European Union cut its foreign gas dependencies post-2022 and translate those lessons into a practical roadmap for Malaysia. But to fix, we need to find a way to measure its safety. Beyond standard Pascal and SWOT analysis, we track grid resilience using the Schneider-Wiener index. Think of this index like a stock portfolio. When you put all your capital into one single fuel source, it will be a massive gamble. But if you separate it into solar, gas, and hydro, it will keep our power grid safe, even if one fails. So the high number of index shows that we have a safe and diversified grid, while the low number of index shows that we have dangerously relying on a single fuel source only. So improving this score is a one-man job. It takes effort across both state and private actors. On the state level, Petra, our Minister of Energy Transition, drive policy alongside the MB and the Energy Commission to modernize our power infrastructure. Meanwhile, Petronas balance domestic fuel needs against global export revenues, while regionally we align with ASEAN power grid standards. When the government sets the rule, it's the private sector that actually builds and funds the machinery. Renewable energy developers construct our solar and battery infrastructure, while heavy industrial consumers like hyperscale data centers create massive demand for 24/7 clean power. Financial institutions then lock everything together by issuing green sukuk bonds to fund this project. Together, this creates the foundation Malaysia needs for a long-term energy sovereignty.
Next, I'm going to talk about geopolitical factors. So we have three phases. So the first one is historical baseline and dependency. Before the energy crisis, many European countries heavily depended on fossil fuels, especially natural gas from Russia. They also relied on long-distance pipelines and long-term contracts, making it difficult for them to change to another supplier quickly. So this high dependency made Europe vulnerable to geopolitical pressure, as energy supply and prices making it difficult can affect political conflicts. So the main issue was overdependence on a limited number of energy suppliers. Okay, so for phase 2, it is where the vulnerabilities become more obvious during geopolitical crisis. So back in 2022, there is this one crisis called European energy crisis, which had shown the risk of depending heavily on Russian gas. When supplies were disrupted, Europe will face energy shortage and rising prices. So another issue is strategic choke points, such as Strait of Hormuz, since major energy shipments pass through these routes. Any conflict or disruption in these important routes could affect global energy supplies and also increase the price. At the same time, geopolitical tension and sanctions made energy trade more difficult, forcing Europe to find alternative suppliers. Therefore, this phase showed that energy security is closely linked to geopolitical stability. For the last one, it's focused on the current changes in energy and supply changes. Europe now is trying to reduce its dependence on fossil fuels, especially Russian gas, by increasing the renewable energy and finding alternative suppliers. However, this creates a new challenge since there are more now depend on critical materials such as lithium, rare earth elements, and also components for clean technologies. To reduce this risk, countries are trying to produce important technologies locally and get resources from trusted countries. To conclude, the point of energy security today is not just about having enough energy. It is also about having a supply chain that is secure, reliable, and resilient.
So now, let's see the steps taken by the EU to combat the 2022 energy crisis. After that, the EU aimed to phase out Russian gas quickly as possible. One of the ways they did this was through implementing policies such as the RE-Powered EU Plan 2022, which mandated the increased use of renewable energy resources and decreased the overall demand for natural gas. They aggregated buyer demands and matched them to
offers made by producers within the EU so they could negotiate lower costs without resorting to Russian suppliers. But then, that begs the question, where are they resourcing all this gas? Well, as of 2025, their primary supplier is Norway, making up 43% of the EU's natural gas demand, with the United States and Qatar being their main providers for liquefied natural gas. But weren't they encouraging renewable energy a slide ago? Well, yes, there's currently many efforts toward a greener future, like the North Sea offshore wind hubs that pool and redistribute electricity across multiple countries, and also the Iberian Peninsula's autonomy on leadership in biofuel. In this modern age, we can't just rely on export and imports from other countries. We have to also produce our own energy. So one of the ways that countries like Switzerland and Italy do it are by grid-scale energy storage, which is essentially taking solar energy and wind energy and pooling them so they could supply power during times of peak demand. The European Environment Agency also modeled a hydrogen network for 2030, which essentially takes existing gas and turns it into renewable electricity. So these are only some of the measures taken by the EU to ensure their energy security. So how will we apply these to Malaysia?
So now, how can Malaysia move away from fossil fuels and become a leader in clean energy? So let's see the answer. So first, our first 2 years focus on quick action and safety. First, secure supply. We built a national oil and gas reserve. This protects us from fuel shortages if global shipping routes are blocked. And second, scale solar. We make this solar approval process called net energy metering much faster. This lets homes, factories, businesses put solar panels on their roofs without long delays. So next, manage demand. We'll monitor electricity use in real time by giving cheaper electricity rates during off-peak hours. We encourage people to use less power during busy times. And next, in 3 to 5 years, we focus on upgrading our power grid. So first, modernize grid. Tenaga Nasional's Berhad will build a smart grid with big battery systems. These batteries store extra solar power during the day, so we can use it at night. And second, cut coal. We will scale up large-scale solar alongside biomass co-firing to reduce coal-based power generation and secure our low-carbon future. And third, local manufacturing. Malaysia has valuable underground minerals, so instead of just selling them raw, we will use them to build our own solar panels and batteries locally. And finally, looking 5 years ahead, we aim to build Malaysia into a key provider of clean energy in Southeast Asia. First, connect ASEAN. We will connect our electricity grid to neighbor countries. This allows Malaysia to trade energy across borders. And second, marine power. To unlock new renewable frontiers, we will invest in marine research and development while deploying offshore floating solar and ocean tidal technology. And lastly, green hydrogen. So in Sarawak, we will use extra water and solar power to produce green hydrogen fuel to power our local industries, and we can sell them to global markets. That's all from me.
That's all from us. Thank you.
Hi. So, the last proposal, so your long-term vision. What challenges does green hydrogen economy, so developing green hydrogen face, that we need to overcome first before we can implement it into our long-term strategies? So, for green hydrogen.
So hydrogen energy is obviously a very volatile substance, and it has to be stabilized before you can use it as renewable energy. But one of the ways is the modeling network that the EU suggests. One of the ways, the models that the EU is currently modeling for 2030 utilizes hydrogen gas, essentially a hydrogen grid, to supply renewable energy by turning existing gas into electricity. So if that proposal, that model eventually works, we suggest using that model to implement this.
Sorry, I probably have missed this during the presentation. Tapi on your point on the development of your hydrogen, so you say that you want to empower green hydrogen economy, so you want to use the excess hydro and solar power in Sarawak, and then create this green hydrogen for domestic use and export. So if I understand correctly, it's like you want to develop the hydrogen in Sarawak, tapi you are supplying to the whole of Malaysia. Like how does that work? Because I'm just trying to think, because with the crisis, not crisis, but with the conflict between federal and states, for example, macam when we talk about minyak, like macam energy in Sarawak, and then we have the Sarawak energy, and how macam Petronas, and then we talk about royalties. So I think it will come to a point where if you want to build in Sarawak and then supply it to the whole of Malaysia, do you foresee any challenges in terms of like smoothly implementing that, or what?
Ni kopi kau tau. Tak, dia macam like satu set.
Okay, thank you for the question. Obviously, it will be a risk considering that the grid will take up resources in Sarawak. But the way we plan this is for the entire, because it will power the entirety of Malaysia. So they would contribute in terms of funding or material to build the grid. So, and it will be a cost. It will be expensive in the first to make it, but in the long term it will decrease costs for overall, not just Sarawak but the entirety of the country. So that's
okay. Thank you.
Now, let's invite Team Foresight for the presentation titled Beyond the Oil Age.
Sisters.
Drill baby drill. 3 words. 3 very controversial words, but behind those words lies a much bigger question. Why are countries so desperate to control their own energy? Well, imagine this. Waking up one day and suddenly fuel prices shoot up, factories slow down production, and transportation becomes more expensive. And the energy keeping your economy alive depends on the decision of another country. Suddenly, energy is no longer a commodity when energy becomes power. And dependence becomes vulnerability. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. I beg to the honourable judges and everyone present here today. We are Team Foresight from College Yayasan Sa'ad Melaka, and today we take you beyond the oil age, exploring 2 very different paths to power through the energy strategies of Europe and China.
Think about our world. Oil is concentrated in certain regions, while natural gas is concentrated in others, where your dependence is used against you. That is why energy sovereignty matters.
But we didn't want to answer that question based on assumptions. We approached it using 2 ways. First, statistical analysis, where we studied and researched how our energy sources have changed over time. And second, through comparative analysis, looking at what countries actually did when confronted with energy vulnerability, namely Europe and China, and eventually asking, what can Malaysia learn from them? Because Malaysia cannot simply copy China, and Malaysia cannot simply copy Europe. Any solution must work within our geography, our economy, our community, our institutions, and most importantly, our people.
And those people matter, because behind every energy policy are real stakeholders. The government decides and makes the decisions. The energy companies such as Petronas and DNB, they are the ones who keep the system operating. And ultimately, the rakyat face the consequences of these actions. So, when energy prices rise, we feel it. When infrastructure is built, communities live beside it. And when development damages ecosystem or forces relocation, someone has to pay that price. So, energy sovereignty isn't simply the question of how much energy can be produced, but instead it is how do we secure our energy without sacrificing the people that we are trying to protect.
Now, look at these charts. For decades, fossil fuels have powered extraordinary economic development: oil, coal, and natural gas. And they remain enormously important. But something else is happening. Renewables are rising. Look at specifically at Europe. In 2005, coal and nuclear were major sources of electricity. By 2025, wind and solar had become much more significant. This isn't simply an environmental transition. This is also a geopolitical transition. This is when the sources of energy change and the sources of power change with them.
And history has warned us about this phenomenon repeatedly. Dating back to 1973, the Arab oil embargo. The OPEC initiated an embargo on countries that supported Israel. With this, global petroleum availability was disrupted and oil gases surged, almost quadrupling the original amount. And suddenly, major Western economies discovered something very uncomfortable. Economic strength means very little when someone else is controlling the very fuel powering it. Countries responded. The International Energy Agency was established and strategic petroleum reserves were developed all across the globe. Then came another vulnerability: pipelines. Europe became increasingly connected to Russian natural gas. In 2009, the Russia-Ukraine gas dispute disrupted a major gas transit route for 13 whole days. That served as a warning. Then, February 2022, the main event. Russia invaded Ukraine. What had once looked like a convenient energy relationship suddenly looked very different. 2 lessons learned. Dependence had become vulnerability, and exploitation had become a normality. Europe now had to rethink its energy strategy, which brings us to our next point.
Europe responded with Repower EU, and the message was clear: never again depend solely on one supplier. First, diversify. Find alternative suppliers and expand LNG infrastructure. Second, accelerate renewables. Because wind and solar have one geopolitical advantage, which is no one owns the sun, no one can sanction your winds, and no one can shut down pipelines of sunlight into your country. Third, consume less. One less unit of energy you don't need is one less unit of energy you won't have to import. And finally, strengthen infrastructure. Grids, storage, interconnections, and alternative supply routes. Europe's lesson was painful but simple. Dependency can become a weapon. Diversification becomes defense. But thousands of kilometers away, China chose a different path. China wasn't waiting for an energy crisis to act. They already invested massively into green energy. Based on our evidence in our study, China invested more than $625 billion in 2024 alone. Solar, wind, batteries, electric vehicles, manufacturing. China isn't only producing energy, they are producing technologies that produce energy. But then comes the contradiction. China has not abandoned coal. Why? Because when the sun isn't shining and when the wind isn't blowing, electricity still needs to flow. Therefore, China had a lot of coal resources in the country. So China was effectively saying, build tomorrow but secure today. And now our title begins to make sense. Two paths to power. Europe learned, diversify your dependencies, and China demonstrated, build your domestic supply. Different strategies, different political systems, different geography. But underneath them lies the exact same objective. Don't allow your country's future be determined by someone else. So, what should Malaysia do?
We don't need to become Europe, and we also don't need to become China. We just need to understand Malaysia. And Malaysia has something significant that many other countries would love to have. Rainfall, rivers, and mountainous terrain. This creates significant potential for hydropower. But there's a danger. A project can be green on paper while devastating communities on the ground. Large dams can flood ecosystems and displace rural and indigenous communities. So our recommendation isn't simply build more dams, it is to explore smaller scale hydro where appropriate, securing energy while reducing ecological destruction and displacement. Because what's the point of protecting national sovereignty if we destroy communities in the process? Then we have another resource, something that Malaysia receives every single day, the sun. Our geography gives us strong year-round solar potential, and solar generation near major industrial centers could help reduce transmission losses. But again, there is no one perfect energy source. Solar requires land that could be utilized for much more, such as agriculture, housing, industry, and food security. So we cannot simply just cover every surface available with solar panels. Our approach must be strategic. Energy sovereignty isn't about maximizing one technology, it's about building the right energy mix.
But some of you may be thinking, wait, Malaysia produces oil, so if we want energy sovereignty, why don't we just keep it? But here's the paradox. Sometimes, selling our oil can make more economic sense rather than burning it ourselves. Our crude can generate valuable export revenue, and if we simply prioritize cheap domestic petroleum, we are just risking ourselves into locking into yesterday's energy system. So, energy sovereignty does not mean isolation. It means making strategic choices, using our strength today while building the system we need tomorrow. That means greater electrification and increasing the role of locally available energy resources. And finally, we must remember something. Green does not automatically mean good. A hydroelectric plant can generate electricity, but it can also destroy a community. A solar farm can reduce carbon emissions, however, it competes with food-producing land. That is why every transition needs proper environmental assessment, integrated sustainability, and minimization of externalities. Because progress that destroys the very people and the environment that we are supposed to protect isn't progress.
We started this presentation with 3 words: drill, baby, drill. For generations, those who control what was beneath the ground controlled enormous power. Oil, gas, coal. But perhaps the next era of global politics won't belong to the country with the most oil. Perhaps it will belong to the country that is least vulnerable. Europe taught us to diversify, while China taught us to build capacity. And Malaysia must find our own path. Not through isolation, nor dependence, not transition at any cost. But an energy system that is secure, diversified, sustainable, resilient, and increasingly ours. And because in the end, energy sovereignty is not about having all the energy in the world, but it's making sure nobody can shut yours off. We are Team Foresight and thank you.
Practically speaking, I think Malaysia isn't the same position as China and EU lah, because we are both at producer and consumer at the same time. So, and our national revenue was by us through this all okay. So, if your proposal reduce our all dependencies, I'm looking at the perspective of revenue. So, what's happened to our short-term revenue lah, in terms of government perspective? Macam realistically, does Malaysia have the institutional muscle to cater this issue in the short term?
Short-term wise, yes. In my opinion, Malaysia can cater to this problem because one good thing about Malaysia is it's an oil-producing country. So from the oil that we sell to the global market, because Malaysia produces high-quality oil, which is light crude oil. Therefore, when we sell this and then we buy cheaper oil from the Middle East, the revenue from that we can use it to improve our domestic infrastructure.
I'm just throwing ideas here. Tapi you mentioned about China heavily investing in renewable energy. What was it? Around
625 billion US dollars.
Yeah, US dollars. I don't know if you have that money actually. Yeah, I mean Malaysia. I don't know if you actually have that much money to invest. But do you know why China was able to invest heavily? Was it because like the government coming from their own pocket, or was it like a private sector led? I'm assuming it might be more government sector led. In Malaysia, I think we're quite on the public-private spectrum. So yeah, I mean, one, do you know why China was able to invest heavily? Secondly, do you think that what's the best financing options, or probably if you have any suggestions for us? Should we leave it to the private sector? Should we like develop and then pass it to the private sector? Or you know what, it's a nation thing problem. Maybe the government should be the one responsible for the financing. So yeah.
Could you repeat your first question?
Do you know why China was able? Was it something the government agenda, or was it like, you know what, let's just the government made a decision to invest that much money, or was it I don't know, a private sector in China having that same agenda and share with the government to finance? Just if you have any from your readings to understand why that large number was able for China and not, yeah.
From our findings, how China was able to do this was mainly from government funding, because they are one of the biggest economical powers in the world. Therefore, they wanted to minimize the dependency on other countries. They wanted it to be so like they will still be able to function even if the others are not functioning well. And for Malaysia's financial plan, from what we've discussed, it would be best to be a shared project within the private and government sector. So the government would sell 49% stake of the project to the private sector, and the government would still be able to control 51%, therefore being able to make decisions as the majority stakeholder.
Okay, yeah.
So for the Malaysian model, so what we will be exporting still are the renewable energy, and one is that we want to focus on increasing our renewable energy as are we to diversify. So do you think in the short term, do we still need to diversify our non-renewable energy, given that expansion into long-term renewable projects may take a while and a lot of financing? So in the short term, what should we do?
in the short term, yes, Malaysia should focus on the non-renewable energy for the time to get money to produce to fund our long-term plan. So what Malaysia could do is Petronas is already in Africa exporting oil from the lands there. So what Malaysia could do is we could use the money from there to help fund our long-term project also.
That's it.
Alright, thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Foresight. Now let's invite Team Senior to present their proposal titled Energy Security in a Fragmented World.
Can we start? So, hi and a very good day everyone. So now I want you all to imagine this. Today we are living in a world where energy is enough for us to sustain today. But tomorrow, any country could come and just disrupt it randomly. And this brings up a question, whether are we really energy secure? So that question is the base point of our case.
Hi everyone, we are from Team Senior and we are from College Permata Pitanegara. And allow us to introduce myself and my team members. Hi, my name is Kasih, this is Evelyn, and over there is Abhishek and also Neon. So, our stance here is very simple. We are focusing on Malaysia cannot produce everything by itself, but we need to create a strong base so that we're not that concerned with the external factors that happen outside of Malaysia. So now let's begin.
First, we should understand the differences between energy security and energy sovereignty. Energy security is more about the three A's, which are availability, affordability, and accessibility, while energy sovereignty is about strategic control. To keep it more simpler, energy security asks, can we get enough energy at an affordable price? But energy sovereignty is more about how much control do we actually have over that energy.
Our solution consists of three main pillars, which is to produce more locally, control the supply chain and technology, and lastly, protect the system from shocks.
So next, before we promote or any of our policies, we have to make sure that we need to find one way to test whether Malaysia is becoming more sovereign or not. So we have 4 different steps here.
The first step is to diagnose Malaysia's energy baseline. The second one is to benchmark through international case studies. The third one is stress test the geopolitical and systemic risk. And lastly, design our 3-pillar proposal.
Yes, so Germany has given us its first warning. Before the crisis, Germany depended on Russia with the natural gas up to more than 55%. At first, it may look like an advantage because they get cheap price for the gas, but actually this is what we call dependency.
When geopolitics changed, Russian supply fell and energy prices spiked up really high. So our lesson from Germany is that a cheap energy source is not truly reliable if someone else can control its supply just like that.
So next up we have a different example here, which is South Korea. So in South Korea's case, they don't really have any natural energy resource, so they can't really produce everything by themselves. So they have to rely on others. So let's see how they overcome this issue.
Instead, Korea focused on something that they could control, which is technology and manufacturing, especially of batteries by companies like LG and Samsung. Korea also focus on
better recycling, as well as diversifying their mineral resources.
So, renewable energy brings us many benefits. However, there is one disadvantage, which is, for example, it will lessen our dependency on oil-producing countries. However, it will increase our dependency on countries that provide minerals and also key technology.
So the geopolitical pressure isn't exactly disappeared, but it has moved. Oil power comes mainly from controlling the resources solely. Meanwhile, clean technology power can come from the controlling the processing, technology, and manufacturing. In short, Malaysia must avoid trading one dependency for another.
So, for us to move in with the national energy sovereignty, we have to take in care about the stakeholders as well, because they play a really big role, and we also have to think about the concerns, the cost, and we can't simply just give all of that to the government, because multiple parties are involved.
Yes, so these three parties are the first one, the government and industry, who sets the direction or purpose of the day. And the second is the industry and inventors who provide our capacity. And last but not least, the NGOs and local communities who usually question our societal and environmental impacts. And these three parties need to be taken into account and not be ignored for our solution to work.
Now, let's bring the problem home. Malaysia's electricity system still heavily relies on coal and gas, with almost 100% of our coal being imported from countries like Australia and Indonesia. This exposes us to external prices and supply disruption.
So this is where the second vulnerability comes. We focus on lessen down our dependency on another country, but just to bring the dependency on another. And this relationship right here is the gap where we are trying to focus with our solution.
Yes, now we would like to introduce you to our policy number 1, which is called produce. So, what do we mean by produce? We accelerate domestic solar use, where we build them on different buildings, car parks, for solar generations. Next up, we develop battery storage as a backup option. Last but not least, we gradually reduce imported coal.
But we are not proposing an overnight coal shutdown. Instead, we do this step by step. The first step starts with reducing imported coal gradually. The goal is very practical. Produce more energy here so that an overseas conflict or supply disruption has less power on us.
However, producing renewable energy is not everything because it's only the half of it. Because we still need to focus on what sits behind it. For example, if you want to create electrical energy, then we need to focus on the batteries, the critical minerals, solar components, and also grid technology. Thus, that's why we create our second policy, which is to control.
If Malaysia simply imports all of these, then we won't achieve energy sovereignty. And that's why our second policy is control, build, not just buy.
So now let's see how do we build and not just buy. So first we'll develop a local manufacturing where as we know in Malaysia we use batteries and clean tech components and so on, so we start developing it. And next we encourage foreign investment, as in them sharing knowledge, sharing technologies with us. Next is about training Malaysian talents so that they are our younger generations. And last but not least, we diversify critical mineral suppliers so that we are not limited to only one.
This doesn't mean Malaysia has to manufacture everything. We just want to prevent Malaysia from replacing their dependency on fossil fuels into clean technology. And we also want Malaysia to focus on strategic approaches such as creating skilled Malaysian jobs, giving us local expertise, and greater control over maintenance and supply chains.
However, locally produced energy is still useless if the delivery system is failed when there is a crisis. That's why we create Protect.
Okay, so let's see how do we fulfill this third policy. First, we modernize the national grid. Those are the Eiffel Tower looking towers near our roads. So we do that with a smart grid technology. Next, we maintain strategic fuel reserve. And lastly, we strengthen Asian electricity connections for additional backup.
Now let's take a look at what could break our strategy. The first one is intermittency. This is because renewable energy could fluctuate, and the way to mitigate it is to implement BESS or battery energy storage system and diversified generation, just like the one Sabah implemented in Lahad Datu. Another example is cyber attack. This is because smart grid increase digital exposure. To mitigate this, we can apply encryption, AI monitoring, and continuous threat detection so that cases like Ukraine 2015 power grid hack does not happen again.
Finally, we don't want energy sovereignty to just remain an idea. It needs to be measurable too.
Our success metric is the first one to reduce 50% of coal import exposure, the second one to reach 60% of strategic clean tech local content, the third one is to reduce Sabah SAIDI or system average interruption duration index by 100 minutes, and lastly to reskill 15,000 energy worker industry.
Clean tech manufacturing, we can actually produce critical components, develop skilled workers, and diversify our own supply chains. Not only will this strengthen our energy resilience, but it also reduces our dependency on external powers. That's all from us. We are from SUNY. Clean energy for all.
Thank you for the presentation. So, in your research, in your slides, you talked about how to localize strategic clean tech manufacturing. So, in your research, did you find any examples of any countries that were able to get financing, to get these strategic action plans out, to actually have this localized manufacturing instead of relying on a lot of imports?
So one of the common countries that has been already implementing some of our points is China, because as you see, when we go buy online batteries, or when we go to physical store, we buy batteries, we see made in China. Those kind of batteries, they made it themselves so that they will slowly stop relying on other countries, because China is one of the countries that is very developed in industries, and they use a lot of coal. They need a replacement for coal, so that's why they use localization, and they make tons of batteries. So that's what we mainly use in Malaysia right now.
Sorry, to add into that, for example, that we already stated before, in Sabah from the Lahad Datu base battery saving, it is also taken, or the idea is actually came from South Korea at first. So actually, that is what we're trying to focus on, taking the good things from other countries to implement in our country, but to make sure that it is suitable for us.
Actually, I really like your proposals in terms of categorize them by wording, reduce, control, and prevent. I think macam this kind of policy often fail not because of technically are wrong, but because of public doesn't understand the policy well. Of course, it takes two to take two stand. How do we actually get nations on board on this shift? Whether is there any advocacy or tax incentives or what to make it this happen?
So what Sen's asking about, like, how do we educate the public about the importance of it, right? So actually, before coming here, some of us already know about Malaysia is like they are using all those fossil fuels and so on, which is very bad for us. And we have already had a lot of campaigns which tend to fail because like public are not really aware. So what we have to do is the government should take an initiative to start investing on the windmills, solar powers, to show the public an example of, because public really needs someone as an example for them to see the function of it. So they should really start to use solar panels in schools and house and promote it so that public will be more aware of how serious this issue is, and they will try to be more cooperative with the government as well. So I believe we should also focus more into schools as well, because the younger generations should learn them a bit more earlier, so they don't question like how the adults right now are questioning the government. So we believe that with all these initiatives, it will definitely educate them and will bring up a better community.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Signal. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of the presentations today. Please give a huge round of applause for yourselves and your friends that participated today. Now, we'll be taking a break around 30 minutes for the judges' deliberation. And in the meantime, members from KYUEM, Collegias and UEM, would like you guys to fill out some surveys. So the judges are free to go, yes. The judges are free to go and deliberate.